East Sussex to Norfolk. Here we go. Very warm, well, sort of warm welcome, but a warm welcome from our hearts. Hey, a little bit of a chilled temperature today from what we've been having from East Sussex. The thermostat has been lowered. The thermometer reading about 19 degrees Celsius or thereabouts, and it's actually quite nice. It's quite soothing. It's lovely. Welcome back to our regular, literally we're back to base, back to basics, back to where we are, back to what we do. Military aviation, you know it is. And welcome to home of the 5th generation stealth multi-role fighter, the F-35B, racking them up. For those that are eagle-eyed about the runway, I have not made a mistake. This is runway 28 and 10 in use today, by the sounds of it, from ATIS. So I'm going to say, I mean, we've even got the runway caravan positioned where it would normally be, right by the close to the threshold of the runway. Racking them up. How we doing? Welcome, ladies, sheds, teddy bears, and of course a big shout out to everyone, all personnel at RAF Marham, from guardroom to AWCU to catering to armourers, from regiment to the Lightning RAF Police Force to the Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment, to the pilots, to the technicians, to all personnel, to all crew, guardroom, what's up? How we doing? Hope we're all good, and welcome to our fun military aviation style. Here we go. Right, so we've got F-35Bs, as you can hear in the distance, spooling their Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600 engines. Let's see if we can avoid the what I'm good for, rain, which I'm surprised been avoiding it lately. So we need it though. I don't mind, I will work with it. This planet needs the rain, so I will just embrace it and work with it. That's what you do. You never fight the elements, you work with it. Well, ultimately you're never going to win, right? But welcome to RAF Marham, which has been operating since 1916. It did close for a little bit, but after the First World War was closed and was entered in for a pre-war expansion when it was selected in 1935 to reinstate itself as a military airfield. But it opened originally in 1916 to defend Norfolk. It's been a defender of Norfolk since then, and has been. Today it has a mix of squadrons. Now there are only 3, 2 of them are frontline, one for the RAF and one for the Royal Navy, and one to train them. So we'll start who trains them. It's 207 Squadron. 207 Squadron, just like 29 Squadron, they are the operational conversion unit for the fast jet frontline pilots to convert to the frontline aircraft, which are indeed the Typhoon or the F-35B on a fighter jet, fast jet level. All right, so once the pilot has passed their advanced flying training, got their wings essentially at RAF Valley, completely qualifying on the Hawk T2, it's time If they're streamed to the F-35B, they'll come here. All right, this is where they'll come. So if it's Typhoon, it's Coningsby with 29, but if it's F-35B, it's here. But this is for both Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. Okay, so if you're a Royal Navy pilot, streamed to the fast jet, it will be here with 207. Royal Air Force, it'll be here, 207. Okay, once they get qualified, there you go, off you go to front line. But you may be that good, we will need, or they will need, a qualified flying instructor in the future, so back to 207. The next objective is Royal Air Force front line, so that's 617 Squadron, that's the 617 Dambusters Squadron, who are our frontline F-35B unit here. We've also got the Royal Navy Naval Air Squadron that operate here, 809 Immortal. So the Immortals are here. They took part in the Falklands and were reactivated in December of 2023, as early as that, I know. There is another F-35B squadron of the Royal Air Force. They're all the way in America, Edwards Air Force Base. And that's the one and only 17 Squadron. Their role is a test and evaluation squadron, so just like 41 Squadron, who test and evaluate the latest and greatest software, goodies and tactics as well. Mustn't forget the tactics. They will do that in America, Edwards Air Force Base. So there are essentially 4 British F-35B squadrons in effect. For now. Future, history. You know, the future is history ready to be told. That's all it is, if you look at it like that. That's very philosophical, Nikos. Very early in the morning. Goodness me, what type of tea you've been drinking. But anyway, welcome back to the scenery of Norfolk. We've said goodbye to our seaside resort. You know, I nearly, it wouldn't have been a problem, I'm sure they wouldn't have complained, but I very nearly left the logo in the bottom right hand corner for the view. That would have been very nice. I wouldn't have minded, I'm sure they would, so there we go. So how we doing? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. So let's get things rolling. You know the score. You've been cleared to vertically land on the like button. Give the like button a thumbs up. Let's get this riding. This could be a very busy day. When I drove past the main road, there's quite a few F-35s in the hangars. This is a Stovall and 5th gen at the same time, which technically and validly makes this the world's most advanced 5th generation aircraft. There is no other like it. And another startup. That's quite a few. We've had quite a few startups already. Keep riding. So very good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to your favourite military aviation channel, the Ted Coningsby channel. Back from air shows and back to base 6. Back to base 6. I like that because we're at yeah. The very first squadron, interestingly, number 51 Squadron, were here operating biplanes such as the FE2B. And they're still operating today, number 51 Squadron. Shens Teddy Bears. Although I haven't got the exact model, the very first types of aircraft would have been something similar to this. This needs building, I'll probably get onto it, but although it was the Royal Aircraft Factory FE2B, this was potentially its sort of successor in some ways. This was intended. I don't know if they were operating this, but I know a number of squadrons were operating from Marham, such as 190, 191 and 193, and it was used also as a training base and a night landing airfield as well. So I'm gonna have a little bit more, I'm gonna delve deep inside the a little bit more World War I history here at Marham. I know I kind of sort of go into a lot of depth into the World War II history. I will check out 191, 190 and 193, who were part of the Royal Flying Corps. Of course, the Royal Flying Corps predates the Royal Air Force, which it did switch during its time at Marham. And actually, many airfields did take on that future, that very fate. Good ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the home of the F-35B. This is where you'll see it. Now the statistics are a little bit different, which we'll go into detail a little bit later on. We'll just see these off. But for those who don't know, before the Royal Air Force was established, we had the Royal Flying Corps, which was activated on the 13th of April 1912 until the foundation of the Royal Air Force on the 1st of April 1918. For those who don't know, the Royal Flying Corps was an air arm of the British Army before and during the First World War, until it merged with the Royal Naval Air Service. There's quite a few RNAS airfields that converted and merged. And during the early part of the First World War, the Royal Flying Corps supported the British Army by artillery cooperation and photographic reconnaissance. A lot of the biplanes, like the one I showed you, and well, especially the Royal Aircraft FE2B, was more of a because they started life out as a reconnaissance aircraft. Biplanes, for those who don't know, biplanes didn't have any weapons. The idea of reconnaissance and seeing your enemy, the story goes from a wonderful book that I've read from Frank Murphy's Luck of the Draw. It tells you a little bit about the history of biplanes of opposite sides, and they would be flying past each other, finishing off their reconnaissance, giving back their vital intelligence, and they'd wave at each other, but then they realised that they were enemies. So the next time they flew past each other, they took a pistol, they took a rifle and tried to shoot each other. And then of course the idea was then laid in stone. The idea was like, well, why don't we mount guns on these things? So they did. And then of course the evolution of weapons. But this is a genuine Royal Aircraft Factory, Royal Flying Corps. This is a genuine cap badge from the Royal Flying Corps. Look at that, beautiful. I am a collector of items like this, some very precious items. I believe the F-35s are taxiing now, so let's get back onto modern day. Here we go. I do have a sweetheart Royal Flying Corps with a little bit of, I mean, that's over 100 years old, man. It's amazing, isn't it? Runway 28 is in use. So something a little bit different for you. We do have runway 28 in use. So yeah, it was recommended to merge units. And that was all thanks to Lord Trenchard. But the very turbulent history of actually getting the ensign was something of a bit of a disagreement amongst the Royal Navy. By the way, that has its own bit of a bitter history with that ensign, but finally decided. But the Royal Air Force were formed on the 1st of April 1918 during the First World War. So yes, if you just joined us, it is indeed runway 28 in use, I know. How cool is this, runway 28? How cool, we're in for a bit of a treat here. There's quite a few F-35Bs here, man. What's going on? There's actually millions of them right now. Get myself into position. Oh, look at this! incredible short takeoff. Get in. That's one of the attributes of the F-35B, is that it can carry out short takeoff. You know, taking 15,000 pounds of payload fully fueled, it can do that, which is amazing, isn't it? We got another one. There's quite a few. There's another 2 short takeoffs. Here we go. I mean, these can take off on small assault ships such as the USS Mackinac Island, which is about, what, 256 meters long? It's incredible. You could take off in a supermarket car park, one of these. Notice the F-35B doesn't have an arrestor hook, and it's also missing the GAU-22A Gatling cannon on the port side. What's going on here? I can hear something. start to the morning. Welcome back. It's lovely to be back to basics. Oh yeah. Back to base with the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're enjoying these short takeoffs there. Absolutely crisp. Nice. So that's 5 F-35Bs, all short takeoffs. Runway 28. Runway 28. Just looking at the Google Earth, looks like what used to be part of the original World War II runway. So I'm guessing it would have been something like 2810, back in the day 0624, and possibly 0119, or thereabouts. Subject to magnetic north changing, of course, with magnetic declination. So we have 3 landing pads for vertical landing. They're at 67 meters by 67 meters with a landing zone of 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters as well. What's going on here? I can hear an F-35, but I can't see it. What's it going to do? Just take off from... So of course they are a different engine, or at least a modified version of the Pratt & Whitney's F-135. It's of course based on the 100 with a bit of an addition. It's almost, well, it's almost double the size, not quite, but almost double the size of the original PW100. Sounds like it's taxiing back. Oh well, can't complain with 5. Oh, hang on, no, it is coming in. Look at this. Oh, yeah. So you'll notice the free bearing swivel module, which is, of course, the thrust vector on the back. That will position itself at 45 degrees for a short takeoff. Oi, oi! Oi! And it's Rolls-Royce's system that gives it the lift fan itself, including the free BSM, the free bearing swivel module, the roll posts, the shaft, Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600 engine provides 29,000 shaft horsepower to power up the Rolls-Royce lift system. Look at this. to the Ted Coningsby channel, and it's all about the Stovall, short takeoff and vertical landing. That's what it's made to do, as well as all the 5th gen stuff as well. Speed of the F-35B is like the others at Mach 1.6. It's got fantastic loiter time. It can take 15,000 pounds of payload, although we will talk about the sort of trade-offs, because they have stuck 1.2 tons of Rolls-Royce lift fan in there. Okay, so that takes up a lot of room where it would have had fuel in there, you see, so it doesn't have as great a range as the others, although here we go on number 7. on so far. So a great start to the morning, and I hope you're all enjoying it. So I'll catch up with you in just a moment. We'll talk about how all the operating system, all the mechanisms and how they work, and for those that don't know quite the differences between the A and the B. And of course we do have a C variant, which I haven't personally seen, although they have had a bit of a stop off at Lakenheath at one point, the F-35C. So that is the beast. That is the carrier variant. So we've got a designated, like literally a fighter variant. We've also got the STOVL variant, which is the B. So the A variant is classed as a CTOL, conventional takeoff and landing, and the B variant is classed into the category of short takeoff, vertical landing. And yes, I know what you said. I know there's the number one question of, can it take off vertically? Well, it can, but it doesn't, and I'll explain that in just a moment, a little bit later. Yeah, I'll go and get the F-35A and I'll show you all the differences. And of course you've got the CV variant, the carrier variant, and any carrier variant will naturally be completely different due to the fact that the airframe will be strengthened and uprated. Okay, so people assume that because an aircraft's got an arrestor hook, it can land on a carrier. That isn't the case, because the airframe needs to actually be modified to take that kind of stress. You're going to snap the arrestor hook for one, if you know, for that. So if you see an emergency landing on an F-15 or an F-16 using the arrestor hook, they cannot really land on a carrier. If they try to, one, you probably won't be able to use that airframe ever again. It'll snap the arrestor hook, it'll bend the airframe. It's not made for that. You see, even the suspension, the landing gear is usually twin axle on most modern carrier variants. To cope with the stresses have been pulled by the catapult steam system, which they have on carriers. But it's all good fun. This is a channel where you can ask your questions, and we'll learn together. It's pretty cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just go and get my F-35B model and my A model as well. Sadly, they're not to scale. Which I would love to do, you know, I would love to have had that opportunity to have them to scale, but we're just going to have to use our imagination. They're not totally far out, but it's nice to have them one day in some form of you know, scale, just so you can see the sort of size differences. But there isn't really much of a size difference. There's a smidgen. It's about, I think it's about maybe 10 centimeters short of the F-35A, I think it is, so, or thereabouts, or yeah, they're just, we're talking about very, very, very slight differences in there. The A variant, sorry, it's just 10 centimeters longer. Sorry, the A variant, sorry, beg your pardon. The A variant is just, unless I said that already. The A variant is slightly longer by about 10 centimeters, and the B is another 10 centimeters on or thereabouts, or maybe just a few centimeters. But the B, sorry, the C variant, the carrier variant, is the wingspan that's huge. The F-35A and the B share the same 35 foot, that's 10.7 meters wingspan, but the CV variant has folding wings and it stands at 43 feet. That's 13.1 meters. That's about that's 8 foot larger, so 2.4 meters wider. All right, it's got folding wings, it's got a twin axle, it has a uprated arrestor hook for carrier. So I'll go and get you the A variant and the B together, and we can have a little chat about them. just grabbing the F-35A and the B, and I just had a bit of a giggle, really. I know it's not exactly the same model because this is the Bristol F-2B, but when you when you have a look at this, you know, 1917, and what the F-35B first, you know, introduced in 2016, you know, you've got 100 years difference. Isn't that just something special? From this, you know, to something like this in 100 years. It is. You've got, you know, where these guys here in this little illustration, did they even, I mean, even this would have been sophisticated and advanced, but this is just on another level. When you think about it like that, it is ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely, in just 100 years. Very, very, very amazing. It really is. So we'll just have a quick look. I don't know if I'm going to skip the rain today, but I'll do my best. I'll keep going. We've had our fun, but yeah, if we have a look at the differences, you know, just on a quick hands-on first rate, what's going on? Yes, of course. If you look at the top, if you're fortunate enough to have a look at the top, look, that's one of the differences straight away from the top. But you're not going to be always fortunate to catch the top. But yeah. Very different. Okay, so let's have a quick. I'll tell you another thing that you may not spot. This is the B variant and this is the A variant. These are not to scale, unfortunately, but they're not much. They're not far out. They're the same wingspan at 35 feet. The F-35B uses the drogue probe method of air-to-air refueling. This is the probe, but the F-35A uses the boomstick. All right, uses the boom, and the C variant, interestingly, uses the drogue probe method as well. All right, so let's have a little look, because you may be fortunate enough to see them head on. Head on, if you look at the A variant, which is this, it almost looks like a bubble canopy. The fuselage on the top, I mean, it's completely different. So the F-35B looks like it's wearing a hoodie. Looks like it's wearing a hood over its head. Look, yeah, it's quite thick, and it's slightly different. Canopy, really, in that respect, if you look at it from the front. But the other major difference is the F-35A has this massive cannon, the GAU-22A. It's a 25mm Gatling gun. It's absolutely ferocious. It really is. The B doesn't have it, or the C. The B and the C don't have that. All right, so that's another thing that you're going to look out for. The other thing on the top, again, just something slight, is the amount of nozzle that's visible. The A variant keeps it clean, the B keeps it sweet and neat. However, if you look at the profiles underneath, as I mentioned, there's something missing on the B. It's the arrestor hook. So there's our arrestor hook here on the A variant, and the B doesn't have it. So the way it sits, I don't know if you can see that, the way it sits from the back, it's completely different. Now the C variant, which we don't have, will have extended wings out here, and they're fold. They even have wing flaps as well, and they've got a twin axle on the C variant. That is all right. But there are a lot of differences, because at the end of the day, they've whacked a 1.2 ton of Rolls-Royce in just this bit here alone, and yet you could have had lots of fuel. So the fuel different, you know, the range and the fuel amount, you know, they're going to be completely different. I mean, empty weight on the A variant is 29,300 or 13,300 kilos, and then you're obviously going to be 1.2 ton more at least. So we're looking at 14,729 kilos, which is 32,470 pounds or thereabouts. The weapons payload on the A variant is 18,000, 15,000 on the B, because like I said, you've already used up 1.2 tons, which is, you know, it's quite substantial. You've gone, you know, you've stuck what, nearly, yeah, about 3,000 pounds just, and that's why it's difference of 3,000 pounds of payload. 18 and 15. you've stuck that 3,000 pound into the lift fan, into the lift system itself, which we'll talk about. The max takeoff weight is 60,000 pounds on the B, 70,000 on the A and the C. The range is 1,200 nautical miles on the A and 900 on the B. However, of course, this can hover around wherever it needs to. Now, it's not your F-22 style thrust vectoring. The thrust vector is called a free BSM, free bearing swivel module. We'll talk to you about that in just a moment. And it's been designed to be operated at a maximum speed of 250 miles an hour, no more. All right, maximum, because it's just been made for STOVL, short takeoff, vertical landing. So fully fueled and with payload. This is why it's classed as a short takeoff and vertical landing. It can, if it wanted to, lift, you know, vertically take off, but it wouldn't. Probably maybe with 50% of fuel, you know, to do that. But even the Harrier, for those that love the Harrier and, you know, tell me that, yeah, that used to be able to, you know, take off vertically, maybe, but it never took off vertically when it had a full fuel and full payload. It would always do a short takeoff, because the Harrier was also able to short takeoff as well, but when it was fully fueled and fully loaded, it did not do a vertical takeoff. It would not do that. It would do a short takeoff on that. All right, so let's have a little look for those that don't know much about the F-35B. All three variants do Mach 1.6. They got a low radar cross section of basically a golf ball. That's it, you know, 5 centimeters. And it's Rolls-Royce that put that lift in there. All right, so we're talking about Rolls-Royce's, you know, amazing additions. Oh, I still didn't get you. Let me have a look. Have I got it here? The third company, because I'm sure there is a third company that have added something on there, on that basis. Just trying to have a look. Let me see. No, I haven't got it today. Just I'll have to get a reminder on that. Let me just pop this here. I thought I had the company that did that, but no worries. Right, let's get back to our F-35B. I thought I wrote it down. I was trying to have a look at my notes. I swear it begins with an S, but I'll find it. Don't worry. But it is Rolls-Royce that put the vertical lift in the F-35B. The lift system, and it's the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world, which for me, then this is classed as probably the most advanced, or actually not even probably, it is the most advanced 5th gen, because it can hover. It has STOVL capability. Its performance of the lift system comes in part of the latest and greatest digital control and fan system technology, and it is responsive, precise and powerful, short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL capability. Has minimal impact on the total airframe weight. Okay, so they've had to make a few adjustments as well to do that. The system, call it what you will, is a descendant of the Pegasus engine, and it comprises of the following, which we're going to show you in just a moment. So it has the Rolls-Royce lift fan, which is in here. You've got the auxiliary air intake in here, which I'll just open up. And what you've got here, well, I like this model because it shows you the shaft, all right, because you're going to need to power that, you see. You're going to need to power it. You can't just, you know, it's the drive shaft. And at the back, you've got the free bearing swivel module, which I'll talk to you about as well. Let me just open that up, okay? So you've got the free bearing swivel module. I'll show you how all that works as well. And you've also got the roll posts just here and here, because you're going to need to be able to roll it left and right. You've also got the bottom end, these slats here, they move 5 and 40 degrees to be able to maneuver the F-35B in hover forward and back, okay? And then you've also got this free BSM. It can actually swivel as well, and it's called a free BSM or free bearing swivel module because what it does, it configures in 3 stages. So on short takeoff, what it does, it goes at 45 degrees, and when it uses the ski jump, okay, this just constantly keeps it at the degrees that it needs to be able to take off very, very quickly. We're talking short takeoff, 256 meters on a USS Mackinac Island assault ship, which is absolutely incredible. So the combined short takeoff and vertical landing capability is 20,000. All right, 20,000 from here and 20,000 from here. So you got a balanced amount. And you've got 29,000 shaft horsepower. Okay, so Pratt & Whitney's massive PW600 engine is powering this. All right, and I'll talk to you about that. Okay, so it's a beautiful 50-inch diameter 2-stage counter rotating fan with world leading, they're hollow bladed discs, by the way, in there. I believe the top one is a full titanium like the Blisk system, and I think the bottom one, although the blades are hollow, they're actually blade and disc, if I remember my my little test from Rolls-Royce. So it's pretty amazing stuff. I mean, just to give you the idea, all right, the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100 on the F-35A, all right, that's 5.59 meters, but this is 9.37 meters long. It's not quite double, but almost double, you know what I mean? So it's massive. They both share the 3-stage fan and 6 high pressure compressor. They do have a compression ratio both at 28:1. However, the F-35B also uses a 29:1 on Stovall, and a bypass of 0.56 and 0.51 depending on the Stovall mode, but it does deliver 41,000 pounds of thrust with reheat. All right, so it does have afterburner on it. So how does this hover? All right, so the prototype was a little bit different. They actually had these 2 doors here as well. All right, they had a couple of designs, but they realized that serrations and these double doors affected the airflow. Right, so how does it all work? So it's basically like having a helicopter in there, all right, call it what you will, or an engine turned vertical. All right, so you got that bit so far. So you got thrust, you got the air flowing in, you open up your auxiliary air intake as well. All right, this is a great system. I believe it can create some form of like FOD protection in here as well. All right, and these open up as well because that's almost like the nozzle, shall we say, the back end, the exhaust. All right, so it needs the thrust to be able to push down. So you got your thrust coming down from here. All right, but it's not enough. So that's 20,000 pounds of cold thrust coming down here, but that's not enough to make it hover. The clever system is at the back as well. Okay, so you've got your free bearing swivel module, so this opens up. All right, in vertical landing this will go straight down. It can rotate at 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. Short takeoff, it will go about 45 degrees, that free bearing swivel module as well. Again, it's only for Stovall purposes. So you've got thrust coming down here, thrust coming down here. These slats move to allow the aircraft to move forward and back. Now that bypass air that we spoke about, can be used to roll the aircraft. So you can move from left to right, and also in bumpy conditions this can also swivel as well. However, there's one more trick up its sleeve as well of what it can do, and it's very clever, and it's an attribute and a design feature. When the F-35B this is only on landing and just hovering in one place. All right, I'm going to use my F-35A to show you. When the F-35B is, I know this is an A, but we'll go with it. When the F-35B is landing, the weapons bay opens, and you probably think, well, why does it do that? Is it just for fun, or is it just for a show? It is actually a design feature. All right, if it did not do that, you've got to imagine that thrust. You've got 40,000 pounds of thrust going straight down. It's only going to go back up and cause a bumpy ride. So the weapons bay opens as a design feature, like a dam or a cushion, to absorb all that. You could call it the ground effect or jet blast going straight back up, because if it didn't do it, it'll be a very turbulent ride with that as well. Okay, so that's why, all right, you see the weapons bay always open. Now the F-35B does have 4 internal hard points and 6 external. You can whack a missile railings, pylons, and all sorts of stuff on there, but only up to 15,000 pounds. Like we said, it's 3,000 pounds short because they've added 3,000 pounds of lift fan. I love it. I think it's a fantastic aircraft. It really is. When you've got all the stealth attributes and then you're going to make the thing hover, I think that's phenomenal. It really is. Remember that stealth, again, one of the misconceptions of stealth, people think it's invisible and it's undetectable. Well, one thing is it's not invisible because you can see it with your own eyes. Should it be spotted with the eyes, you know, you've seen it. But the idea of stealth is to get the job done for as long as possible without being detected. or delayed, okay, without being detected for as long as possible, okay? So you've got to remember that, for as long as it gets the job done, for as long as possible, because for a little bit the radar cross section will increase, especially when you drop those weapons. It's going to go, oh, what's that? Oh, too late, you're gone. All right, so that's, you got to remember that it's not invisible, it's stealth. It's the idea. And don't forget, bombers like the B2, the way they work are different to a fighter. They're completely different. The B2 has an amazing technology to shrink enemy radar range. That is just phenomenal, and I'm sure it's classified, probably why, I don't know how that would work, but I know that the F-35s have a kind of noise reduction, the way noise cancelling works as well, because you've got to remember they can download and you know, they can download data from enemy, they can absorb enemy radar, and they can do all sorts of things. And the thing is, with all that you know, with all that all those frequencies buzzing around everywhere, what it does, it actually projects out, kind of like the way noise cancelling headphones work. It produces a frequency neutral to its surroundings so that no one can detect it in that way. So it's got some amazing stuff on there. It's hello. But anyway, hope you're all good. I'm going to have a cup of tea. Welcome to the show. And I hope you're all good and well. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I hope. Thank you for your feedback. Glad you're all enjoying the info. Yes, so the F-35I, the Adir, it is an F-35A, but with the Israeli Air Force's own software. They've got their own weapon systems on there. So John O. Smith, glad you're enjoying it. Michael Woodbridge, hope you're all good. So Lynx Rainbird, Josh Lacey, Craig Lockett, Margot Baxter. How are we all doing? Simon Watchorn, what up? LEJ Approach. Hope we're all good. Oi oi to you, Margot. Davey, what up? Sandy Bailey, oi oi. I'm glad you all enjoyed the weekend. And, well, actually, the whole streams. Glad you all enjoyed our Eastbourne stream, but yeah, it's all good, all is good, and I'm glad you all enjoyed that. Chemu Schomburg, Carlos, how you doing, Carlos? How you doing? Big shout out to all the South American continent crew. Mark AH, how you doing? Davey, what up? Good morning to you all. Hope you're all well and loving it. And looks like we've just hit 137k. Yeah, Ben, ACC Marham is exceptionally close. You can drive there in about 35 to 40 minutes, depending on farm traffic and all that kind of stuff. Or if you just like to chill there, it can take about 35 to 40 minutes. But it takes, I think it's about 5-minute flight, I would have thought about that. Muriel, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Muriel Hudson, what up? How you doing? 23 months membership. Oi to you, Muriel. Hope you're all good and well. Alan Q, the hand is fine, although, like I said, I have quite a bit to go yet with a possible surgery. We'll see. We'll see what we're going to do. Graham Reeves, good question. The lift fan itself only operates during stowhole mode. So the other question as well, a real top question is this is a classic. A lot of people just go, yeah, they just push a button and it's done. Not quite, and I'll explain why. The pilot has to do a bit of work as well. All right. Let me put the stowhole mode on there as well. Right, okay, so you've got 3 landing pads here at Marham, right? Now, the pilot needs to make sure that they don't overshoot the landing pad, all right? Because if they've overdone it, and I mean overdone it, it would actually use a lot more fuel to try to correct it all, okay? It is actually more fuel efficient just to do a go around and try again, all right? So the pilot will need to make sure that they've lined up quite well before they start initiating their vertical landing, okay? So that it does need pilot input. They'll also turn it into the direction of the wind, so that you've got headwind, okay? Bit like taking off and landing, okay? Because obviously a landing pad, you can sit on it anywhere any way you want. So if the wind's coming from that direction, it'll point that way, this way, that way. All these etceteras, all right? So it'll point towards that. But like I said, the pilot needs to make sure they don't overshoot the landing pad. Otherwise, too much correction will just use up too much fuel. Because, you are, in effect, you've got 2 engines that you're powering up. It's kind of cool to see that runway caravan there. That's really cool. I didn't notice it before, but it's there now. So I think we had 7 takeoffs today, all short takeoffs. Mark Keynes will have a good time in Italy. So amongst all the bombers that they had here, the Lancaster was one that was not here, for those interested. Wasn't it? There was Wellingtons, Sterling's, Mosquito. We did have the Boeing Fortress as well here. But when the station was selected to become a VHB along with Sculthorpe and Lakenheath, they did host some tasty aircraft, and eventually the legendary English Electric Canberra was here, the first ever Royal Air Force's jet bomber. And the Canberra, although it doesn't fly anymore. The spirit does here, because it was here for over 50 years, around 53 years of operations here at Marham, the English Electric Canberra, which is, when you put it like that, it's rather remarkable. I don't know many aircraft that have had such history like that. Can you think of one that's still flying at a station? It's got to be at the same station. Okay, give it the exception of variants, but I can't think of one over, you know, between 53 and 55 years at a station. Can you think of one? Maybe you can. Maybe. What about? No, I was thinking of the. I mean, I would imagine KC-135 somewhere in the world, because they've been going, and B-50. Actually, yeah, B-52s. Yeah, I'm just thinking now. I'm thinking outside the box. Of course, we don't get to see them here, as in where they're actually stationed, is what I'm saying. So, you know, Minot, that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm sure there are others out there, but yeah, for here in England and Britain, can you think of one in Britain? The Canberra, 53, 55 years here, so I mean, of course, fair play if you know from your own home country, that's fine. But obviously, I don't have the privilege to be able to just hop like that and get onto a plane and go to Minot or anything like that. But yeah, it is amazing. I mean, the likes of the KC-135s and the B-52s, I would have thought, amazing anyway. Amazing to have that as a continuous history, right? How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. RAF, sounds like RAF Lake and Eves aircraft. WCU. Early 50s, 1953-54 I think it was, that the English Electric Canberra arrived here at Marham. There were various squadrons that operated it. I believe 115, 207 and most definitely 39 Squadron and number 1 Photographic Reconnaissance Unit. There were various Canberras, such as here's one I've got. Here's one I made earlier. Look at that. So these were here for about 52 years or so in operations. It's quite staggering to even just imagine that. Yeah, you know, coming to think of it, I think it's 52 years here. If they had them in 54, finished off in 54, 2006, yeah, that's about 52 years, isn't it? There we go. So the English Electric Canberra, using a company that was making refrigerators and electrical parts and locomotives as well. That was their thing. It was introduced on the 25th of May 1951 with 101 Squadron, the famous Avon engines as well, and took its first flight by the legend Beaumont on the 13th of May. It was actually Friday the 13th of May 1949, and they said, are you sure you want to fly this thing, you know, being Friday the 13th? And he said, well, it's sunny, because it was a sunny day, so he saw that as a good omen. But for those who don't know, this the English Electric Canberra was the way it was built. It was very cleverly done. You can turn it into a photographic reconnaissance, a medium bomber. The way you can actually just take off the cockpit section and turn it into a different type. So this whole section, it was done. You can extend the wings for longer range, the tail. So it's almost like a bit like Lego, dare I say it. You can take the back end off and do something different with that, increase the wings, or change the cockpit for different operations. So you could reconfigure it. Of course, you'd have to. Obviously, you couldn't just quickly do that, but it's the way it was built, which was really clever. It's got a very amazing history. It was designed, well, first of all, it was a bridge from piston to jet engine, and it was literally initially designed to succeed or shall we say, a replacement for the de Havilland Mosquito. And especially, at the end of the day, if you've got jets, you're going to probably want jet. There's a lot of benefits with that. But yeah, it was it was February 51. The Canberra set also world records as well. Became the first ever jet aircraft to make a non-stop transatlantic flight as well, February 1951. And throughout most of the 50s, the Canberra could fly at higher altitude than any other aircraft in the world. And in 57, the Canberra established the world altitude record of 70,310 feet. That's 21,430 meters. 53, Coningsby had these. That was their first ever jet aircraft. I think a year after, it was Marham's turn. So yeah, that's where I'm getting the different facts. Sometimes they do kind of entwine. I get my wires crossed, but yeah, I mean, its ability to be able to use its speed with its jet engines to outperform the earlier sort of interceptor piston engine bombers and outperform them and evade the piston fighters as well. It was certainly an exceptional performing. I mean, the B1, for example, had a max speed of 580 miles per hour. There wasn't many fighters piston that can do that, especially bombers as well. It was powered by two Rolls-Royce RA7 Avon. It was the Mark 100 turbo jet engines. It was 7,400 pounds of thrust each. They did have quite a bit of teething issues with the engines on some crosswinds. It would actually cause issues with the compressors and the fans as well, but they did remedy that. Like with all aircraft, they do have teething issues anyway. And it was the background of it. After the and during the Second World War, there was a demand for bomber aircraft to lead many. Think of the Gloucester Meteor, the first RAF's jet aircraft as well. That was, and we had the likes of the Hampden, the Halifaxes, the Stirlings, and then, from Lancaster to Lincoln. But then the leap from, the suggestions of having B-29s, more power from the pistons, but then so be it, we'll just have two jet engines, and that kind of made them kind of, in a way, redundant. It's the Canberra had its origins dating back to 44. It was a requirement issued by the Air Ministry, and it was labelled to be the successor of the de Havilland Mosquito. The requirement initial revised version was the E3/45, an Air Ministry specification to try to sort out for a high altitude, high speed bomber, which was to be equipped with no defensive armament. That was the thing, and according to Bill Gunston and Peter Gilchrist, the Air Ministry officials are alleged to have had difficulty defining what they sought for a proposed type. But anyway, there was a further and more refined specification. They went from B345 to B547 with various details such as a three-man crew and other features and visual bombing capabilities. I think they got a bit confused about what they actually wanted, and even discussions on the actual engine as well. And during the early stages of the design, the aircraft pretty much had grown from being roughly the same size as a Mosquito to being around double its weight as well, which it's just the way it is with evolution of aircraft. And This was even liked by the United States as well, because they built their own Canberras as well, under license as well, so they made their own version. But it, you know, from photo reconnaissance to bomber to trainer to even electronic countermeasures as well, which is what I was telling you about, changing the back end. It's, you know, it's phenomenal. It really is. And you know, this bomber aircraft could literally, and it's the same thing that de Havilland set out. Sir Geoffrey de Havilland said, look, this is a Mosquito that could be reconfigured. You can't do that with a Lancaster. So what his point was, you know, it was fast, quick, had a good power to weight ratio, but it could be used as reconnaissance, a night fighter, a bomber, you know, and that's the thing with this as well. And earlier prototypes operated by the Rolls-Royce regularly flew into 63,000 feet, where the usable speed range, or what they called coughing corner, was only, you know, just giving a buffer of 25 knots during Avon engine test flights as well. And overall, described as a scaled-up Gloucester Meteor fighter. There are some similarities in some ways to it, but, you know, again, an iconic aircraft. And I remember you can still see a gate guard at RAF Whitton. I believe I can't remember if they've got one here on the ground somewhere. I can't answer that. I can't remember if I did spot one, but yeah, it was, you know, it's a remarkable feat of engineering. And the Canberra B2 entered service with 101 Squadron in January 1951. And then other squadrons, 9 and other squadrons, started to take over the Lincolns and the Washingtons, because the RAF leased out, borrowed, rented out, whatever you want to call it, the B-29s, which we called them Boeing Washingtons. So fantastic stuff, really. They had lots of different variants, from PR9s, PR7s, and during the Cold War, Canberra B6s were used by RAF 76 Squadron to, you know, test out some of the thermonuclear tests that they were doing. They really pushed this to its limits, and it, in a way, very successful. During the Falklands, there was a plan to supply as well with these, and the PR9 variant remained in service with number 39 1 PRU Squadron here until July 2006 for strategic reconnaissance and photographic, you know, mapping, and even saw service in 2003 invasion of Iraq. It's been involved in Afghanistan, and, you know, it's been around. It really has. It really is a bit of a proud aircraft, really, when you think about what it can do. But generally, a B variant had the crew of 3, at a length of 65 feet 6 inches, wingspan 64 feet, sat at a height of 15 feet and 8 inches, and a max speed of 580, thruster weight of 0.37. There were some with guns. There were some with 4 20mm Hispanos as well. The Mark V cannon mounted on the rear bomb bay. There was the payload bomb bay there. It could take rockets, missiles, bombs. Could take a total of 8,000 pounds, so double to that of the Mosquito, which is what they really wanted to do, really. But yeah, what a legend to finish up here, of ending 52 years. So another remarkable craft here at Marham. It's had some very pungent history, the Canberra and its operations, Operation Musketeer as well. Amazing. Actually, was Musketeer here or Upward? Ooh, I think I'm going to go with Upward, actually. Sorry, I do get confused with some of my conflicts, but they could have used some of Marham's Canberras, but yeah, Binbrook was its first home. tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope you're all good and well. We had 7 short takeoffs, I know, and so we're probably going to get all vertical landings, which I'm very excited about. I wonder how how they're going to be spaced out, because I believe we had a flight of 3 on one of them, so that'll be quite interesting. Filming them like that in sequence when they're staggered is a bit easier, but there are occasions where you can have 3 attempting to land on 3 different pads, of course, which makes it a little bit challenging. You kind of have to just use your third eye in some ways. Try and use your middle eye, whatever you want to call it, just to try and predict. But there we go. Certainly a lot cooler today. Ted Coningsby on the controls. How we doing, Ted? You alright? Ted enjoyed Eastbourne. Alan Burden, welcome to the show. 38 months membership. Thank you, Nikos Mods and everyone else. Thank you very much as well. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Paul M. Hennings with 35 months of membership. Hello. Wow, the best military aviation channel ever, and love every minute and moment of flying fun, history and family. You know how it is. Thank you very much indeed. Hope to see you soon as well. And Simon Watchorn, who's part of our fighter squadron and spanner flight, has been a member now for 36 months. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Angela McCarty with 27 months membership. Morning all. Thanks for 27 months of streams. You're most welcome. Tino D22, high five. Welcome. We have a new member joining and recruiting today is Tino D22. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron at Guards March. Sharon Chapman, a little something to help celebrate my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Sharon Chapman. High five, and we'll give you a birthday fly pass. Look at this. Thank you very much for your super chat, and I hope you're having a cracking birthday. So happy birthday to you, Sharon Chapman. Sally Cullum with 38 months membership, who's put awesome. Thank you very much. Margot Baxter, Woodperuni, 137,000 subscribers. Thank you very much for the super. Babzar, high five. Paw Pump, thank you so much, Babzar. Gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships out there. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. Simon Watchorn, thank you. High five and a paw pump for that super chat. Huge congratulations on 137,000 subscribers, and thank you once again for a wonderful quartet of amazing airborne streams. Thank you very much. Muriel Hudson with 23 months membership. Oi oi Nikos, Ted and everyone. Guards March to you. And the Flying Duke celebrating with 15 months as well. Thanks Nikos and Ted for great streams at the weekend. Hope you get the wrist sorted soon. Yeah, me too. I hope so too. Just one of those things, wear and tear. I'm not getting, well, I don't think anyone's getting any younger, are they? Unless we have some sort of special powers. But no worries, it is what it is, as they say. So we'll just keep going and flowing. So we've got, well, we're expecting, but you never know. We've got 7, I believe, if I counted that correctly. We've got 7 F-35s that took off today. short takeoff as well, so that's cool. So hopefully we'll get vertical landings as well on the return. That'll be good, wouldn't it? They're probably quite far away yet. Not too close at the minute. So, for those that tuned in and have spotted the runway 10 and 28, that is correct. That is the runway in use 28 today. I know, you're probably thinking, well, where's 0523 and 0119? Well, they're not in use at the moment, so we'll leave it at that. And what that means is, though, we're getting short takeoffs and vertical landings, which is exactly what we love. So we'll just go with that. That'd be quite nice to just enjoy it while it lasts. So RAF Marham with their motto, deter. So for those that missed it, we have one RAF frontline F-35B squadron, the 617 Dambusters squadron. They too flew the Canberra, as we spoke about earlier. Previous aircraft included, of course, their very first, because they were formed for one purpose initially, the Avro Lancaster. Then they did convert to the Lincoln. They flew the Vulcan, the Canberra, and the Tornado. So they were established as bombers, really, at first. After me, the flood. Après moi, le déluge. I don't even know if I pronounced that correct, but hey. But yeah, as we said, they formed all the way back in 1943, and in 2018 they brought with them here the very first RAF F-35B Lightnings. They don't call them the Lightning II, they omit the 2 in the Royal Air Force, because it is indeed their third Lightning. They did initially have the P-38 Lightnings, which didn't go too well. There was a few things not to their satisfaction. It was missing the superchargers, and the RAF opted for non-counter-rotating propellers, so it wasn't very good. So that was the end of that. And then in the 60s, of course, we had the English Electric Lightning, and then the third one. Also got 2620 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force. They fall under number 3 Force Protection Wing. It's the RAF Reserve Combined Force Protection Squadron. They offer RAF Police and RAF Regiment roles as well. They're based here at Marham, and often offers mobilisation opportunities in the UK and overseas as well. So they have a motto, when my country calls. They formed in 1983 as a field squadron. They re-rolled as an Operation Support Squadron in 2000. They were deployed to Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait, where it supported Operation Telic in 2003, and a year later the squadron reverted to its former station as an auxiliary Royal Air Force Regiment Field Squadron. We've also got 207 Squadron, so the operational conversion unit. They will train the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force pilots to frontline and qualified status to fly the F-35B. 207, they started as number 7 Naval Air Squadron in 1916. They've flown the Airco DH-9A, the Lancaster, the Valiant, the Tucano. Always prepared is their motto. They formed in 1916 as a Royal Naval Air Service Squadron at Petit-Cinthé in France. They became part of the Royal Air Force, and they changed the number. I think, this is just my theory, by the way, number 7 squadron there was already a squadron number 7, right? And I think they couldn't have number 7 squadron. That number had already been taken, so they were given 207 squadron. This makes sense. It's just my theory. I haven't actually looked into it, but when you think about it, there's already number 7 squadron. Why the change? Yeah, I'd say that. They were number 7. Why did they change from Navy to RAF? No idea. Due to maybe their experience, but it is what it was. You know, it is what it was. Do you like that one? From history, so I believe that would be a good reason, wouldn't it? So 1918, the Royal Air Force formed. They were also a ferry battle operational training unit at Cottesmore in 1938. They were formed at Norfolk as the RAF Communications Squadron in 1969. They did disband in 1984, but reformed again in 2002 at RAF Linton-on-Ouse as a 207 Reserve Squadron, and they were conducting BFJT, which is basic fast jet training for RAF and Royal Navy pilots. With a little disband in 2012, they were reactivated in 2019, stood up as 207 Squadron OCU. We've also got the Reggies here, number 15 Squadron, RAF Regiment. They fall under number 3 Force Protection Wing. Now, their role, they deliver a full spectrum of force protection effects, including dismounted close combat, ground extraction, close quarter battle, and operation in the CBRN, so chemical, biological, radioactive, and nuclear environment. They comprise of around 170 personnel, including tactical RAF police mechanics, clerks, paramedics, and equipped with support weapons such as a general purpose machine gun in sustained fire role, so the anti-tank weapon. And to feed all of them, they do have chefs. They are able to assist with JPR, which is Joint Personal Recovery, and ground extraction force, and regularly conduct training exercises across the UK and overseas as well. Their motto: to be reckoned with anywhere. Yang pertama di mana-mana. There you go. They formed in 1946 at Neverhaven as 2700 or 2700 Light Anti-Aircraft Squadron. They were equipped with 40mm Bofor guns, and then renamed as 15 Field Squadron in 58. They've been deployed all over the world, from the Middle East to the Far East, to RAF Gan in the Maldives, RAF Changi in Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, Hong Kong, RAF Salalah in Oman, RAF Muharraq in Bahrain, RAF Kai Tak in Hong Kong, all over. In 1982 they were equipped with the Combat Vehicle Reconnaissance Track Spartan, a capability it maintained until 1990 when in an air defence squadron equipped with the Rapier surface-to-air missile system, been based at RAF Leeming. They conducted numerous operations and deployments, from Telek to Operation Herrick, 15 Squadron being amongst the last British troops to leave Camp Bastion at the conclusion of Operation Herrick 20. 2017 saw them supporting the force protection of the F-35B, because that's what the Reggies do. They look after assets. So we always think of and associate flying with RAF, but there are elements that you're going to need to look after your airfield. Who's going to look after the airfield? It's all very well having F-35Bs and Typhoons and other lovely tasty equipment, but who's going to look after them? That's when you send in the RAF Regiment. 2020, 15 Squadron RAF Regiment made Marham their home. Also got number 6 RAF Police and Security Force as well. They have their motto is Per Ardua ad Justitium, which is through adversity to justice. And number 6 RAF Police and Security Squadron F-35, they fall under the Air Security Force and is based here at Marham. And their mission is to provide dedicated policing, security and counter-intelligence effect in order to secure the F-35 force and protect the F-35 platform. Big shout out to all the Hedgehog crew and their little toes. Look at them. Yeah, yes! I think he's about to tune in, I think. There we go. Look at it. Yeah, you'll see it now. Ready? Yeah! Big shout out to these guys as well. So, we've also got another frontline squadron, this time of the Royal Navy, a Naval Air Squadron 809 Immortal. They're based here at Marham and originally formed in 1941. The squadron has taken part in numerous ops, with most noted being the Falklands conflict. The squadron has disbanded around 5 times during their years before being recommissioned to fly the F-35B Lightning. So 809 I've had a look. They've flown some very tasty aircraft, mind. Check it out. They've had some amazing aircraft, starting with the Fairey Fulmer, then the Supermarine Spitfire, the Seafire, lots of different marks of Seafires, by the way. And something we do speak about at Coningsby, due to the fact that the 41 Squadron were operating this, it was indeed the de Havilland. Of course, this was the Hornet for 41, but the 809 were operating the de Havilland Sea Hornet night fighter. Yeah, that's a tasty piece of equipment. So 809, I'll just run through the rest of it. The Avro Anson, they operated the Sea Venom, the Sea Vampire, the Blackburn Buccaneer, Hawker Hunter, and then various other Buccaneers, the S2, S2C, S2D, the Sea Harrier, and eventually December 2023 the F-35B. But during February 1949 to March 1954, they were operating this beautiful de Havilland. Look at this, the Sea Hornet, which is a single-seater fighter variant of the de Havilland, yep, you guessed it, Mosquito. And the Hornet designed with the possibility of naval service on carrier, so it's got its arrestor hook on the back. Look at that, isn't that just cool? Absolutely amazing. Really is pretty cool, right? And you know, it took on the basic Hornet design, excelled at meeting the requirements with the additional to cope with uprated hinges, upper wing skin structures and lower wing skins as well, and Lockheed hydraulic jacks were used to move the wing panels. And yeah, it was pretty cool, man. Look at it, it's amazing, isn't it? Pretty cool. I think Captain Eric Winkle Brown, former fighter pilot and officer of the Fleet Air Arm, was one of the world's most accomplished test pilots. He had a record, held the record for flying the greatest number of aircraft types, and he flew one of these as well. Pretty sure he did. Don't think there's anything he didn't. But absolutely amazing. Had a crew of one, so the nose a little bit different than the Mosquito. The nose is smaller than that of the Mosquito, so that the fighter pilot can have a better view of the surroundings. It was powered by Rolls-Royce Merlin 130 or 131 engines, 2070 horsepower in each, four-bladed as you can see, max speed at 475, so a lot quicker than the Mosquito, at a range of 1480 miles. Empty weight was 11,292 pounds. Wingspan of 45 feet, that's 13.716 meters, and a length of 35 feet and 6 inches, that's 10.82. It could take, well, armament, it had the 4, you can see the cannons just under there, 4 of the 20mm Hispano Mark 5 cannons, and 2 1,000-pound bombs under wings, and also could take 60-pound RP3 unguided rockets as well. Pretty cool, isn't it, really? I think that's a great you know, kind of like a variant, if you like, or developed from, probably the right word, not a successor, but just a kind of like an evolution of the Mosquito in this. And they did do a land-based one, you know, the de Havilland Hornet, but this was the Sea Hornet. Obviously it would have had uprated items as such. Look at that, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, awesome stuff, man. ladies, gents, teddy bears. You're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. So we just seen the de Havilland Sea Hornet, but one de Havilland aircraft which is I know there's quite a few of you that have it as a World War II favourite, and one that was definitely making its mark here at Marham as well. And 105 Squadron, who were operating here at Marham in 1941, arrived with the Merlin-powered wooden legend, the Mosquito. And Marham at that time was becoming a Pathfinder force with number 8 group of Bomber Command. They were also testing out the Oboe precision bombing aid as well, and Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito Training Unit, MTU, and that was between 1942 and 43, and also operating the Mosquito was a secret unit as well, 1418 flight, or a bombing development unit. So 105, 139 Squadron that were also here operating the I thought I could hear an F-35 behind me actually. Hang on. Definitely hear something. Maybe not then. Sorry, I thought I could hear an F-35 behind me or something approaching sneakily behind me, but but yes, another de Havilland creation. Of course, before the Hornet was indeed the Mosquito, and something that was established here, and Marham did that very famous nuisance raid in January of 1943 as well. But the de Havilland Mosquito, a classic that was here at Marham, the world's first multi-role fighter, the de Havilland Mosquito, a masterpiece by Sir Geoffrey de Havilland, but this work of art was neglected, would you believe, and rejected a few times by the Air Ministry, that we may have well not even seen it fly at all. But with perseverance from Geoffrey de Havilland, even in such stressful conditions of losing his staff, he kept pushing his idea. The problem was that as biplanes and wooden planes were transitioning to a more modern monoplane and metal contraction, de Havilland's new aircraft was actually, as you know, indeed made of wood. But let me just lighten things up a little bit. There we go, is that better? But back to RAF Mildenhall though, on the 20th of October, we need to go back to 1934. The organisers called the Air Races Committee's Mac Robertson Air Race was underway, a magnificent air race from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia, and there was no restrictions of aircraft itself with regards to size, the build, crew, or even engines, and just one main rule: no additional pilots to join. Once the takeoff commenced and once the aircraft had taken off from Mildenhall, that was it, no more pilots. Whatever you had, that was your crew. There were around 20 aircraft in that race. We're talking about 1934 here. And there were various types, from metal airliners, transport, old bombers, and racer aircraft. I mean, can you imagine this today? If anyone out there could organise such an air race, it would be brilliant. But I mean, imagine that, from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia. And the race started at 0630 Melbourne, and it was 1,100 miles away. And the lineup included the de Havilland Comets, DH-88 Comets, Douglas DC-2, Boeing 24-7D, de Havilland Dragon Rapide, Fairey Fox Mark 1, Lockheed Vega, Airspeed, AS-8 Viceroy, and so on. There was even a BA Eagle, I think. They were amongst the 20 that set off, and in 71 hours the winner, and sadly, tragically, had a bit of a tumble at the other day at Shuttleworth, but as far as I know, the pilot is fine. It was on the landing, the nose dipped over, and the winner was that aircraft, the de Havilland DH-88 Comet, named Grosvenor House, GAC SS named Grosvenor House. It was flown by CWA Scott and Tom C. Black. You know, with these things does come great risks, and you know, all we care about is the pilot is safe. Everything else can be repaired, and we hope for a you know that the airframe does get repaired and see that back in the skies. But it was that very aircraft that actually won, and it was flown by CWA Scott and Tom C. Black. Second place came 19 hours later. I mean, 71 hours. You know, and this is the thing. The DH-88 Comet is indeed a wooden construction, and a wingspan of 44 feet, length at 29 feet, and powered by the de Havilland Gypsy 6R air-cooled 6-cylinder inverted 230 horsepower engine, and it had a max speed of 237 miles per hour. So this was Geoffrey de Havilland's point. It's like, well, you know, I can prove that wood is good. And Geoffrey de Havilland had teamed up with Frank Earl back in 1908, a mere handful of years service since the first flight of the Wright Flyer. And when the Wright brothers were pioneering flight, you know, of course, this inspired many others to join that pioneering creation of aviation. And in 1908, de Havilland with Earl made their first plane, the second one de Havilland flew himself, from the DH-4 bombers to DH-9 reconnaissance bomber aircraft to a DH-10. He was producing a series of aircraft for the military during the First World War, and his new project, the DH-98, mainly of balsa and birchwood ply construction, was propositioned to the Air Ministry in 1938. He proposed it as a high-speed bomber, and at the time wouldn't need to be armed, but they were not interested. The Air Ministry felt that constructed aircraft of wood were the days of old and regressing in technology. But that said, Armstrong Whitworth Albemarle was constructed with wood, but also contained plenty of metal too, though. When issuing specification B938, the Albemarle would have had a payload of 4,500 pounds, same as the Vickers Wellington, and it was armed with 4 303 guns and a good speed of 265 miles per hour. But de Havilland didn't stop, you know, didn't let that stop him, and continued regardless at his Hatfield HQ. Now, I've often mentioned on my live shows, for those that have tuned in, about how much of an impact getting a go-ahead for an aircraft to be built, getting a contract to your factory boosts economy and employment, especially in those times. And you know, the strike project, the Joint Strike Force project, you know, the YF, you know, the X-35 and, you know, the YF, you know, the two different types of prototypes. You know, one gets the go-ahead, the X-32, you know, the X-20, the YF-23 and the 22, for example. You know, Grumman and Lockheed, one gets the go-ahead. Imagine that boost. You know, imagine how much that's going to play. And even today, when a country buys an aircraft as well, thousands of jobs are made from it. And you know, imagine the impact of a small town desperate for work, especially in those times, especially a fear of war looming, getting a factory to be contracted, getting that contract to build aircraft. So from building radar components, sections of the aircraft, and even the final assembly were done by the people. Imagine the staff of de Havilland, with the Air Ministry turning down the project of de Havilland. Many of them left for other companies, and that was the thing. So it must have been quite a stressful time for the company as well as de Havilland. But he kept going, even with the possibilities of his staff leaving. But shortly after the start of the Second World War in November 1939, it was Air Chief Marshal Sir Wilfred Freeman who commissioned the first prototype, but on one condition: that it had to be a reconnaissance aircraft. All right, and not to be a bomber. That was the condition. So de Havilland just said, all right, yeah, whatever, we'll go with it. But in May 1940, France had fallen, and the Allies began their evacuation of Dunkirk. And during this time, de Havilland kept arguing his case regarding his wooden bomber. He said that his aircraft didn't need the highly demanded, you know, the resources of metal. Metal was needed for Spitfires. Metal was needed for, well, the earlier bombers for now, but the Merlin engines were coming. They needed metal to construct bombers, and metal was needed for the Rolls-Royce and the actual construction of Spitfires. And but this was soon to be introduced with the short Stirling, the Manchester, and then the Halifax bombers, and metal was in strategic demand. And when the Battle of Britain began on the 19th of September 1940, de Havilland designing team carried on designing a prototype for their new aircraft, which was built in covert style secrecy in a hangar disguised as a farm behind Salisbury Hall. Civilians did wonder what was going on, but why the so-called farmers were going in buildings overnight and on the same month as the Avro, Manchester and Halifax centre service. De Havilland's prototype was beginning to happen. But yeah, you got to remember that de Havilland's case was great. He was like, don't need metal, mate. You don't need metal. I'm wood. So he kept arguing it, but by the time those bombers were out, the prototype flew her maiden flight, and that was the thing, that was the key. Goodness me, I'm just give me a sec. It's a little bit breezy up here at the minute, and I'm just trying to right, get my hand to rest there. There we go. So I've just had to do some extras, but she flew her maiden flight for a total of 45 minutes. It was piloted by de Havilland himself, serial number Whiskey 4050, painted in the prototype yellow, still showing its original registration of E0234. Let me just darken that up a little bit. So took to the skies from Hatfield, and later in December she was given her military serial number Whiskey 4050. Prototype yellow was used to identify aircraft as not being not only a prototype but an ally one too. Hi, I'm bright yellow, please don't shoot me. During the test trials there was an issue of tail buffeting when reaching speeds of around 240, 250 miles per hour, but in a couple of months this was completely remedied. In fact, de Havilland, the DH-98 was looking remarkable, highly agile, fast pacing, and the very much loved Spitfire was actually outperformed in trials in January and February of 1941, and in total she had 79 flight trials in 3 months, and faster than any fighter at the time, and the prototype reached speeds of almost 400 miles per hour. Whiskey 4050 rests in the de Havilland Heritage Centre at St Albans. The Wooden Wonder, the Flying Tree, nicknames added to the DH-98, and the beauty was yet to come. You see, construction was a people's game. Due to the clever balsa wood and plywood sandwiching for the wings and its wooden body, if you were in the carpentry field, if you were a carpenter, you would be perfect for her repairs. If you were making school desks and furniture manufacturing, then you were making the wings for the DH-98. Piano makers and coffin manufacturers, they made sections of the fuselage, and if you were a carpenter and owned a garden shed, then you'd be able to make the smaller components. So this literally was a people's aircraft, and the defensive protection for the DH-98 was that there were so many places that were making different sections of the aircraft, so it was very hard to actually destroy, let's say, the assembly factory in some ways, but it was hard to locate the designated factory. So wood was easy to repair. Wood gave the DH-98 it gave way to a nicknamed Mosquito, powered by Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, at a length of 44 feet 6 inches, and that's 13.56 meters, wingspan at 54 feet and 2 inches at 16.51 meters, and it was made to have phenomenal power to weight ratio. Max speeds of around 415 miles per hour and a service ceiling of 37,000 feet made it into a multi-role, from reconnaissance to night fighter, bomber to an all-out fighter. It could be reconfigured, and that was de Havilland's argument. It's like, you can't do that with a Lancaster, you can't do that with a Stirling. This is quicker, it's faster, and it could also be a bomber. So that was the thing. So no other bomber could do this, and when the RAF switched to night bomber, little had been thought about the flames from the engines as well at night, which German night fighters would use to help them identify the four engines. You see see here, they ended up adding a cover on the engine exhausts here, the flames would actually, you didn't need any sophisticated radar at night to spot a bomber, especially when the flames come out. And this was one of the main keys. You see, the RAF started out with daylight bombing, right? They didn't think about the flames in the day because you could see the aircraft if you used your eyes. They didn't consider the flames. So you'll see numerous Lancasters with these exhausts covered up to stop the flames. They were like flame dampeners, and all they had to do, enemy fighters that didn't have these, was to aim in the middle of any of the 4 flames, and the Handley Page Halifax bombers found out too late. Flame dampeners were introduced, but they were draggy though on Bristol Hercules engines. For night fighter Mosquitoes, dampers were added as well, and if you look at old photos of Lancasters, you can still see them with flame dampeners too. So the balsa wood and birch ply sandwiching design gave it the strength, also eliminated any possibilities of warping. This was a 2mm birch plywood skin and bonded to the outer layer. The wings could withstand 41 tons, that's around 700 men stood on it. The Mosquito could be equipped with 4 250-pound bombs, okay, on each wing, but could be 4 in total. But they worked out if they actually they could extend it to 8 of these bombs by shortening the fins. The night fighter version was equipped with 4 20mm guns, and this was a true multi-role aircraft, and in July 1941 entered service with the RAF and formed with 105 Squadron. Their markings were Golf Bravo, and there's some wonderful historical photos of them lined up here at Marham with Golf Bravo, the markings of 105. Her first mission was a reconnaissance mission just 3 months after entering service. So literally from low-level flying, ground attacks, night fighter, reconnaissance, a bomber taking part in Operation Jericho, which was a raid on the Amiens jail, making the mark literally for the Pathfinder Force, and nuisance raids, which they carried out a nuisance raid from here. And finally, a single-seater version, which we showed you earlier, the de Havilland 103, which was the de Havilland Hornet as well. So amazing history, absolutely amazing history, and one that served here at Marham. Right, where are our F-35Bs, man? What's going on? It started off really busy, and it's a little bit quiet now, so what's going on? They can be out for how long's a piece of string scenario. You just depends what they're up to. But we're just patient, sit back, relax, and wait. Started off really well. 7 in total took off. But it was nice to see all 7 do short takeoffs. Hopefully we'll see all 7 do vertical landings as well. You can probably hear that wind, it's certainly picked up a bit. Matt Foster, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Aldo on the rocks. Christopher Neal, oi oi. Right, I might just go and have a quick cup of tea and warm up a little bit. It's just that wind. If it wasn't for the wind, it'd be actually quite a nice, very warm, well not warm, but just comfortable temperature. have an arrival. So runway 28, that's us. I always think of Mildenhall when I hear runway 28, but that is definitely us today. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Looks like we've got some form of aircraft on approach. Is it our F-35Bs? So, if you just joined us and are quite familiar with Marham's runways, I haven't misinformed. It is runway 28 in use. Savage. One extreme to the other. It's never, you know, just in the middle. It's got to be either too hot or just absolutely blasting down with wind. Get ready for our first arrival of the day. Let's have a look if we can spot anything, eh? foot, isn't it? Hang on, sorry about this, one sec. Let me turn this way. This is different to last time. Look at this.
can see the weapons bay is well open. That, you know, moments of just calm and quiet, and suddenly it all breaks loose. Goodness me. That rattled the salmon gills out of me, that one, didn't it? Did you hear all that? Oh my God, I'm buzzing. And that's 2 of the 7, so pad 3 is the best. Pad 3 is our closest one if we ever hear pad 3. Runway 1 is the further one in our sight, and sorry, pad 1, but pad 2 is kind of like over that mound which looks quite funny because it looks like it's landing on a chimney. Hello. Look at that, waiting for its mate there. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. That was pure class, that was. But yeah, look out for the weapons bay that opens when it's about to hover completely and initiate the landing. And, a good day to come. Another one. Brace yourselves, amigos. Let's have a look. What one is? Hang on a minute. This one's coming in quite nicely as well. Let me turn this way. Hopefully it doesn't wrong foot me. Get ready. Here we go. Here we go. That's 3 vertical landings. Another one to enjoy. Get ready. Okay, we've got another vertical landing coming up. I'm not sure which pad it is, but hopefully it's pad 3, the closer one. So this is our 4th amazing. So that's 4. Wow.
Anything else behind me? What's that? What's that bird?
Might be a bird. We'll let that one off. Oi, oi! Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from Marham. Hope you're all enjoying this so far. So that's 4 vertical landings, one of them right over my head, which was awesome, so thank you very much.
Yes, yes.
That's box, isn't it?
Actually, I think that was 4. Was that? Did you count 4 as well? Which means there are 3 left. Thanks, Davey. Yes, 4 have returned, so that leaves 3. And anything else that decides to take off as well. So, welcome to RAF Marham, home of Ain't No Bother to Hover. You know it is. I've also got something a little bit different for you as well. Let me see if I can sort this out. Hang on. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and I've got with me something a little bit different that is not out yet, okay, but it will be out at some point. How are we doing? I hope we're all good and well. Hang on, hope you've enjoyed. Check this out, hopefully you'll be able to see it. Hang on, might have to go down below. Let's have a look if I don't get blown. Check this out, man. Yeah, the RAF Glastonbury edition. I know. Hang on. Let's go a little bit lower. Lower than a mower. Let's have a look. Look at this. Yes. What do you think of this one? Now let me... Yes. The Glasto edition. The Tedadelic edition. Yes. Look at it. Isn't that just cool? Alright. These are not out yet. There's nothing on the back. I decided to just have the main feature on the front. So this, I don't know whether to call it the RAF Glastonbury edition, just for a laugh, or a Tedadelic edition, or the Glasto version. I don't know, but funky time. It could be the funky time. Funky time. Break it down. But there we go. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. It's been absolutely brilliant here at RAF Marham. Absolutely enjoyed it. It's been, I mean, it's lovely. We've had 7 short takeoffs, 4 vertical landings. It's just been brilliant. That's what it's all about, coming to Marham to see something a little bit different. A little bit of patience is required, but hey, it's early. It's coming up to 11 GMT in a moment, so another 5 minutes yet. That's coming up to 12 local, because we do have viewers around the world. It's 10:54 GMT at the minute, but hope we're all good and well, and hope you're all enjoying it. Right. Big shout out to the fire rescue crash teams. Oi, oi. Doing their thing, doing their training, doing their scenarios and practice scenarios as well. They will be out, those t-shirts, by the way. I just had this crazy and wacky idea to do it.
have a look what we got it now. Yeah, that's the Glasto edition. I know, right? I've been messing around on Photoshop, and I've been doing all these little psychedelic twists and turns and burns and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're not out yet. Right, let's see if we got anything else approaching. Nothing just as of yet, but it's early days. We may even have some more departures, who knows. Let's see what we're going to get. Just giving way to the fire truck.
great morning we've had so far. It's been a great start. We've had 7, I think it was 7 F-35 short takeoffs, and we've had 4 vertical landings, which, wow, that's a great day already, especially when you see the STOVL applications. It's really remarkable to see it in action. It really is. And one of them took a different one of them approached slightly differently, wrong-footed me, but my goodness me, went over my head. I think 2 of them did that, which makes it even more amazing. Hope we're all good and well. So now it's just a waiting game to see what else we're going to get. Sun's just trying its best to come out. And let's just have a quick little shout out to Marham Tower. There they are, look. Marham Tower, oi oi. How are they doing? Classic, isn't it? Look at that. Marham Tower, what up? This is Salmon 01. So yeah, looks like the 2 runway strips for runway 05 and 23 and 01 and 19 are out of action by the looks of it. So we are seeing the runway 2810. Tell you what, I'd like to see the runway 10 at one point. That'd be pretty interesting, wouldn't it? That would be great. Just to see that sort of almost trampoline itself off the floor from that view, if they're going to do a short takeoff. Unless it's different for runway 10, I don't know how that works. picked up here in the surroundings. Isn't blowing onto the station, so we should be all right, aren't we, Ted? What do you reckon? Should we be all right? Are you going to be okay? So Boots 99 UK, oi oi. Nikos, great camera work. Ian and Sue, thank you very much. A guards march to you. Links Rainbird I5, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march. Matt Foster, thanks a lot for your 45 months of membership. Morning all, I hope we all doing well. Nice to see the spare taxi runway being used at Marham recently. My granddad used to fly from Marham in the RAF. Really? Cool. Wow. I didn't know that. Red One Oakley, member for 4 months. I honestly love being a member of the TCS family. Guards March, well said. Christopher Carr, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. The Flying Duke, member for 15 months. Thanks Nikos and Ted for great streams at the weekend. Thank you very much as well. Hope you get wrist sorted soon, hopefully. Mr. Everett, thank you very much. And all of you who have been giving out gifts and lots of cool stuff. I think all the gifts have replaced the super chats, the super stickers, haven't they? Well, it's a bit of a waiting game now, but no worries. We'll just chill for a little bit, have some tea, and catch up with you. Certainly interesting to have 2.8 and 1.0 in use. It's really cool. Which, when it's not in use, it's actually a taxiway. So if you have a look on Google Earth, you'll be able to see what I mean. Don't forget 2.8 is 280 degrees if you want to orientate yourself if you're not sure, and obviously 1.0 is 100 degrees, so 280. Pretty much very east-west aligned. Very obviously the same runway numbers as RAF Mildenhall. Goodness me, it is just extremely windy at the moment, but we're all good. We're still hanging on. So yeah, I've always said that anything 10 and above, as in the amount of aircraft that you'll get for Marham, is a good day. Anything 10 and above is always a good day, and we've had 7 already, so that's not too bad. Still got a little bit more to go yet. Won't be too long for our next arrivals. So pad 3 is our closest one, and then pad 1 is almost in line but just further down, and then pad 2 is just there, just over that bump. So pad 3 is always good for us. Closer the better, right? Yeah, I heard about that. Flight of 2, here we go, get ready. Could do with a little bit of sun coming through. Nitro flight for those that are interested. something with that. So that's 6 back. Beautiful. So one left from today. We may get more departures. Nice that, wasn't it, to get the both on the same shot, one using pad 1, one using pad 3. Hope you all enjoyed that. Tony, Crystal, Oi, Josh, Lacey, Davey, Simon Watchon, Links Rainbird, Dave Earl, Stuart Skeggs, oi to you. What a shot. Yeah, absolutely, it was a great shot. So just the one left from today. But like I said, we may get more before that even comes back, so who knows. It's the way it is. Just sit back, relax, and see what you're going to get. So we've had 6 vertical landings and 7 short takeoffs. So it is a multi-role fighter. Now the B and the C do not have an internal cannon, but they can be installed with a center external GAU-22A cannon. Ain't no bother to hover. Yes, we do have a Marham infused inspired F-35B t-shirt. The ain't no bother to hover. So from a bomber to reconnaissance to a fighter, close air support, the A variant can certainly do that with its internal cannon, but if needed, the B and the C can be fitted with an external GAU version. Oh yeah, Dave Earl, how you doing? Oi oi to you. So as far as vertical landings are concerned, it's been a good day. so earlier on the stream today I showed you the difference between the A and the B. They have the A and the B have different refueling mechanisms. The B has the drogue and probe style, whereas the A variant has the boomstick style. The A has the gun, the B doesn't have an internal gun. The A has an arrestor hook, the B doesn't. The B can hover though, but the A can't. Lots of different things. Even the G rating on the airframe, +9 on the A variant and +7 on the B variant. The hood around that cockpit area and the spine of that fuselage a lot fatter, as you might expect. The nozzle is a lot more exposed. There's a lot more nozzle, exhaust nozzle on the back of the A rather than the B variant. It's a little bit more reserved. And again, because of the arrestor hook, it doesn't dip down as much. Very distinctive external identifier, shall we say. But of course, depends how you're looking at it and what you're looking at. But the front on, you can certainly see that cannon. That internal cannon molded in nicely. Beautiful. So the F-35s that have just come back, again, they will need to contact tower to confirm they'll be shutting down. Everything literally from start up to shutting down all has to be relayed and authorized and approved by air traffic controllers. The air traffic controllers will know absolutely everything that's going on from start up to taxi to ground run to shutting down the engines. It's a vital aspect of airfield safety. So there we go, wave one, I would say, complete at the moment. There's still one out, still one of today to come back at some point. When that'll be, who knows, but there's one still out there.
gents, teddy bears, hope we're all good and well. Hopefully we'll catch another set of departures before we finish up later on today. Just another era of RAF Marham was indeed the victor and valiant force, to be fair, in the 60s, when the RAF with its V-Force took its next era into the air-to-air refueling world, and they converted the Victor, especially this particular one that was actually, this airframe was indeed here with 57 Squadron, but with 55 and 57 squadrons alike, and 57 are still flying today, of course. I'll let you guess which one. That's right, they're at RAF College Cranwell, and they're operating the Prefect. That's right. So I hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to our next era, the 60s for Marham. So while they were operating still the English Electric Canberra here, a new era for Marham began. We'll start with 55 Squadron, who arrived from Honington. But of course the Victor K2 of 55 Squadrons, they were indeed to be installed for refueling equipment to be carried out on the Victor, and underwing tanks, refueling probes, jettisonable de Havilland Spectre assisted takeoff units, and they carried out lots of trials, and but the Valiant was eventually withdrawn, but left the Victor to take on the air-to-air refueling world, which is quite amazing. So yes, 55 Squadron reformed at RAF Honington in Suffolk on the 1st of September 1960, and they were indeed equipped with the Victor. It was the B-1A, becoming part of the V Bomber Force, but as we said, a new era for the Victors were soon coming, and the Vickers Valiant as well. While that was grounded owing to metal fatigue, the Royal Air Force lost its aerial refueling tanker force at the time, and they had to rush a program. But anyway, from May 1965, the squadron moved to RAF Marham in Norfolk. They received 6 interim 2-point Victor BK-1A tanker conversions. So from V-Force to tankers, that's what they were doing, and their role started in August 1965, replaced those interim BK-1As as well. And 55 Squadron provided aerial tanker support during the Operation Corporate, the Falklands War in 1982. Also included elements of Operation Black Buck raids as well on the Port Stanley airfield, where alongside this very 57 Squadron, it's got a bit of history which we'll catch up in a moment, and fellow Victor Squadron, they refueled the Avro Vulcan bombers together multiple times to allow them to reach the Falkland Islands from the Ascension Island. At that time it was the longest raid in history. 55 Squadron's Victors went on to war again in 91 when they were deployed to the Gulf as part of Operation Granby and the response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, also in Operation Desert Storm as well. 55 Squadron disbanded on the 15th of October 1993, the last squadron to operate this beautiful, beautiful Victor. It really is an absolutely stunning. I'll tell you a little bit about this particular one, XL189. 57 Squadron, they are still going. They've had a lot of history. I mentioned them here, there, and everywhere. 57 Squadron, right? From the days of East Kirkby as well. Absolutely amazing, right? Absolutely amazing to even just contemplate how we often talk about squadrons here, there, and everywhere. It really is quite something special to
think about the establishment and foundation of RAF East Kirkby when we go to the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. It's quite remarkable to talk about squadrons when we go all over the place, and 57 Squadron now at Cranmore operating the Prefect, but they were also operating these. Again, just absolutely amazing. So the squadron itself reformed on the 1st of January 1959, again just like 55 Squadron at RAF Honington, and they too became part of the V Bomber Force operating. First of all, the Handley Page Victor B1. In 63, 8 Victors were sent from Honington to Gaydon to support FEAF during the Indonesian confrontation as well, and aircrew gave their support as well. So they too were here at Marham, which was quite amazing. They also took part in the Falklands as well. So let's have a little delve into this. So this one here that we've got here, which is XL189. It's quite a historical piece because operated by 57 Squadron, XL189 was the first Victor deployed to the Ascension and then to the Falklands when it flew non-stop there on the 18th of April 1982. This airframe, XL189, supported the Black Buck overnight operation refueling the Vulcan that bombed the Argentine-held Stanley Airport. It remained airborne for 14 hours and 5 minutes, and travelling the furthest distance with the bomber and carrying out the last southbound refueling 3,000 miles from Ascension. This Victor finally returned to Marham on the 15th of May 1982. It was redeployed to the Ascension Island on the 2nd of June 1982 and carried out further tanking missions with the Vulcan bombers during the Black Buck 6 operations, returning to Marham once again on the 30th of June 1982, following further service with 55 Squadron at Marham. XL189 was retired to Waddington in 1987 and put on display until it was scrapped, sadly, in September 1989. Now, it was originally started out as a strategic bomber, 5-seater, powered by 4 Rolls-Royce Conway Mark 201 turbofans, giving 20,600 pounds of thrust each, at a max speed of quite a tasty 640 miles per hour, or Mach 0.92, and it could cruise at a height of 55,000 feet. Empty, it was 91,000 pounds, with a max takeoff weight of 233,000 pounds. Dimensions, so the wingspan is quite a hefty 120 feet, that's 36.48 meters. Length at 35 meters, that's 114 feet 11 inch. And a height sat at 8.57 meters, that's 28 feet 1.5 inches. And it could carry, of course, various nuclear and conventional weapons, and even up to 35,454 kilos of the 1,000-pounder bombs and 1 Blue Steel Mark 1 air-to-surface missile. So it could take quite a lot, but it's for me, it's just a beautiful aircraft, isn't it? There's our refueling pods here on the wingtips, and it also had a centre refueling pod just here when it was converted. So a beautiful, I mean, such a iconic, I mean, I wish this was flying. I wish we had one still flying, because it is very beautiful. The front, I don't know why, it just reminds me a little bit about, I don't know, the Nimrod a little bit. Maybe not. Just got that little bit of front to it. But yeah, you can see a bit of Vulcan in it, a little bit, not all of it, but you can see a little bit, but obviously not. But what a gorgeous design. Look at it. I mean, what a shape. Just wow is all I can say, from bomber to air refuel. So that one was a Marham type. Victors and Valiants, those were the days, right? Absolutely phenomenal, absolutely gorgeous aircraft to
So the squadron, finish off, the 57th Squadron actually disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986. And then they went on to eventually have the tutor and prefect at Cranwell, and they're still flying today. 57 Squadron. I always forget that when I go to East Kirkby and do the at Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, the home of NX611 Just Jane. I always I just call out the number and just forget about the history from here sometimes, but then I get back into it. You know me. 57 Squadron, the history here, their involvement with the Black Buck raids and so on. It's quite remarkable. a little bit breezy up here. Still hanging in there, or hanging on, depending on how you want to look at that. Goodness me, that is drastic. Whoa! Right, okay, this is getting a little bit too. I mean, I don't know if you can. You must be able to hear that on that. It's going straight on the mic there. But back to basics, right? Back to classic, back to base, and there we go. Let's see if we can maybe just catch a few more departures just before we finish up. You alright, man? Yeah, they're all back apart from one. Yeah, I think it's just diverted somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just chilling. Yeah, it's just decided to go there. Yeah, so that'll come back one day, or today, or whenever. It'll come back at some point. It could do, but they haven't pulled them away, so they should be going out again. Because when they start pulling them away, that's I think that might be it. But yeah, it was really good. It was really good fun. Yeah, it was wicked. I enjoyed that. It's good fun.
It's so cool because you like got higher advantage.
I know, higher than some of the planes. I was actually a bit higher than some of the yeah, it was on some of the occasions, some of their high speed passes. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, just chilling. Yeah. You come down here for the day, or are you about tomorrow, or what's going on?
Yeah, you'll see that. Yeah, you'll be fine there. That's actually a good spot. Yes, so you'll be able to see them from there. Shouldn't have a problem. little break there, a little chill out. How's it going? How's that canopy going? Is it all good? Still closed at the minute. So yeah. How's everyone doing? Hope we're all well and good and enjoying the show so far. So we're pretty much on the second half of August now, so goodness me, once this goes it's September. So we got Cobra Warrior and Lossiemouth and Lake District, and I'll try and fit in Mac Loop as well while I can. If I don't do that, it'll probably be rolling over to October for Mac Loop, but definitely will be probably doing more than one day if I can. I'll pick a day that's no chance of rain, but we do need it, so I don't want to tempt fate with that. But once we've got that, we've got November with York Night and a bit more of the lakes, and then after that, well, we've got the TED party to finish up the year. Oh yeah. And then December, and then it's Christmas time, and then back for another year, 2027. See what that's got to bring. Goodness me, but I don't want to wish it all away. Still got 4 months, 3.5 months of this year to go, and still pretty much, quite a few things to do yet. So looking forward to seeing what else we can come up with, and obviously from November onwards, we'll be back at Waddington regularly as well. So another one to add to Catch the Red Arrows doing their next season training already. Can you imagine that? And they're, I believe they are, of course, back safely. They are very, very delicate aircraft, the Hawk T1A, so it's nice that they're all back safe and well. Of course, as they say, safety is paramount, and they're back in the UK, so that's the main thing. So looking forward to seeing that as well. Yeah, that is a good thing. I do enjoy just doing the workup for the Reds. Just trying to think if I've actually, yes, Cosford. It's nice to it's nice to film their workup, and then when it comes to the air show, I'm kind of learning even on a Typhoon display. I need to learn the sequence, so it's always nice for me to catch up the training for the workup for the display itself, and then try to learn it so I can sort of be proactive and anticipate the next move. But that doesn't change any just sort of adjustments due to restrictions, because you can get some voids and flight restrictions in the areas, especially like Shuttleworth and Shuttleworth and Old Buckenham. There are some voids around the area, which makes it quite interesting. The airspace is sometimes restricted and tighter for the display, which makes it far more interesting. So some of the turns will be a lot more sooner than I'd expect. Still the same sequence, just sort of compact. So yeah, there's all those funny things to go with. I've had a look at I think it was Old Buckenham on their sort of airspace. You can see some of the voids during the air show. Of course, there are some restrictions everywhere around the country. So I think even here and Lakenheath, aircraft can't go over certain parts of villages and towns, etc. in the area, that kind of thing. So it's always good fun for me to see that. Oh, you can certainly hear that wind now. Can you hear that? It's mental. So thanks again to all of you who got us to 137k. Big shout out to all of you who have supported the channel. This is our 4th year of live streaming, and it's amazing. And we got our big 5 next year, our 5th year of streaming. It was June the 12th, I think it was, my first ever stream. That was very nerve-wracking, didn't know what was going on, what to do. And I remember some of my earlier streams were here, not in this spot, but at Marham, and I remember just rolling the camera and I was thinking, hang on a minute, I can't just press stop on the record, I've got to keep going. So what do I do, what do I say? And I just decided to just learn a little bit of history, and it went on from there. That's where it all started. I thought, well, I've got to say something, and then obviously I didn't have a clue about any of the aircraft. didn't really know much about it, but obviously I was learning as I was going, and now we're 4 years in. Talking about lift systems and boundary layer and DAS systems, distributed aperture systems, Praetorian defensive aid subsystems, and pirate IRST, all that kind of good stuff, Gs and free BSM, all these things I would have been like PDAs, Stovol, CTOL. It's certainly gelled its way through nicely. Oh yeah. And for those that like to know extra info, I remember my last wedding I did, bizarrely I wore a SR71 t-shirt. That was my final wedding. It was like a little transition, goodness me, to the next phase in my life, shall we say. So one door closes, another one opens, that kind of thing. So here we go. Right, let's go, Marham, let's go. But yeah, we've got a bit of a break at the minute. Hope to catch some more short takeoffs. They are using the an old runway, which today acts as a taxiway, but it's been used while things have been having some maintenance done on their main and subsidiary runway.
our 7th one. You know, it's the one from Mildenhall. You know, it's taxied back from Mildenhall. There it is. There you go. So when you've got assets and you're deployed around the world, you've got to have a team and a unit to look after them. And here we've got 15 Squadron RAF Regiment. And I think they're about, at the moment, oh, there's one there actually. What's he doing? There's one here as well, look. Obviously doing some sort of mission or operations. I don't know what, I think they're talking to each other, doing some sort of ops. I don't know what this guy's doing. I think he's had a bit too much KFC, that one. He's obviously trying to wake him up. Hey, oi. Let me tune in, see if I can get hold of him. Hey, oi, right or no? What are you doing around here, oi? Reggie, it's a bit more windy out here, right? I don't think I can hang on. Operation Mindy Bind. Reggie. He's obviously. I think he's out. I don't know what's going on here. Something over here. He's trying to talk him up. Oi, Reggie, wake up, mate. Oi. Something's going on. Thing is, they'll deceive you. These regiment, you see, they're ready to pounce. So it might look like he's doing some troop extraction, you know, in a moment. With maybe they're waiting for a. You alright? Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Nothing. Oh, here, no. Nothing at the minute. Just waiting for activity to commence. It's never guaranteed, that's the thing. And although Marham does tend to be a little bit on the quieter side of things, today did start off very well with 7 short takeoffs, and we've had 6 vertical landings. So all in all, a great day really, and we're just hanging in there. It's as you can probably hear, it is really drastic. It feels from my experience, that's got to be close to 30 miles per hour gusting. Got to be close to 30. Yanni Scott is how you doing? Oi oi to you, Avro, Al, Davey, Simon Watch on, Margot, Val Lissy, Dieter, Red One Oakley. Hope we're all good. A year gardening, as it will go, and Alex Black Cat, oi oi to all of you. Just hanging on. Michael Woodringe, LEJ Approach. We're just hanging on to this extreme amount of wind that we're getting at the minute. But we'll be all right. We'll be all right. needs to go up, and then we know we could be okay for another go. Getting Lake and Eve's aircraft up in the skies, I think it is anyway. It's just a guess. Usually get them around here because their station is only a few minutes away. Oh, sorry. I thought you were taking a photo. Sorry. I was like. I'll grab another ceremony cup of tea, and then hopefully that might nudge canopy to open. What do you reckon? I think one's just open. Do you know what? There's one canopy just open. The fourth one, the one on the right. I mean, that's definitely open. So. That's good, isn't it? F-35A just high and dry. I just caught my eye on. The F-35A is operating from RAF Lakenheath with the 48 Fighter Wing, operated by the 493rd and the 495th Fighter Squadrons. That's what, well, if you can hear it amongst the wind noise that you can hear quite prominently. Okay, here come the crew. This looks good. Let's have a look what we're going to get. There's a lot of ground crew out there, probably getting prepared the F-35 with the internal ladder there. Do get a visual on that F-35A, I'll try and get a lock on it with my camera. Marham, let's go, let's ride, let's start up, come on. And that's the hangar of 207, the operational conversion unit. You can see the markings there on the hangar there. During World War II, their Lancasters would have had Echo Mike. 207, the first squadron to operate the much troubled but beautifully evolved Avro Manchester at RAF Waddington. In fact, Waddington has had a lot of first Avros, the Vulcan 83 Squadron, 207 Squadron with the Manchester, and on Christmas Eve of 1941, number 44 received a beautiful Christmas present, the Avro Lancaster. Still waiting. It's been a long wait at the moment, but we'll keep trying. We'll stay till our usual 1500 if there's been no further movements. But you know what will happen. We'll finish at 3, movements at 4. You know how it is. Either way, it's been a good day. Like I said, 7 short takeoffs is extremely rare. Just fortunate enough they're using runway 28. So if you just tuned in, so it won't be long, I don't think, for things to start happening again. So get yourself a nice drink, whatever it is that you do, tea, coffee, hot chocolate, Ribena, all other drinks available. Get yourself some popcorn and snacks, get ready, because I think we don't have too long now for the next movements by the sound of it. So for the rest of the week, I actually don't know where I'm going for the rest of the week, so leave B, probably do Coningsby, Mildenhall and Lakenheath. That sounds pretty cool. And so far, that Eastbourne, so far, unless I get a call, unless I get the call, so far Eastbourne is our last air show, unless, like I said, unless I get a call. Oh my word, has that just got worse? I think we'll be taking off, short takeoff in a moment at this rate. Goodness me. Yeah, that's definitely about, that's almost on 30, that is, 30 miles an hour. There's the AWCU. Here we go. Is that a start up? Yeah, it is. There we go. We've got a start up, ladies, gents, steady bears. Chris Baxter, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. Sunny Norfolk, happy birthday to Naomi. Pretty sure that's a startup. I can just about hear. The wind is that bad, I can't actually hear it very well. So, Guy Ewan, thank you very much. Let's hope for another 7 then, yeah? Let's see what we're going to get. But there's definitely startups. That's the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW 600. So it does sound exactly like the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. So that distinctive F-35 sound, sounds identical almost. It's only when you start initiating a bit of Rolls-Royce in there that it starts to sound a lot different. Pratt & Whitney, powering freedom, as they say. Also part of the BAE, also part of the F-35 program is of course BAE Systems, Northrop Grumman, and of course the RTX. The rear fuselage of the F-35 is actually built in BAE Systems' advanced manufacturing assembly factories in England. The horizontal and vertical tails, crucial components, also manufactured in their UK and also Australia facilities. There's about 40,000 fasteners, so a bit like the rivets on an F-35, and it's very cleverly done with some special lighting to assist the engineers and the technicians to install these fasteners. of startups. Just waiting for the taxi clearance. Runway 28 is in use if you just joined us. Welcome to the show. How are we all doing? Aspen and Deister, David Smart, Guy Ewan, Josh Lacey, RB STX, Alan Q, Davey LEJ Approach. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good on this very, very windy day, but we're still hanging on. And there are startups. Don't have any other info other than that, I'm afraid, but it's always good to hear startups. And I don't think it's a bit of flexing. I think should amount to conclude to a short takeoff. Come on. Just joined us, we've had 7 short takeoffs and 6 vertical landings today, which is a good day, and we've got potentially more departures coming up very shortly, so more to add. Anything over 10 and you know, more than 10 is always a good day. 10 and above for me, for Marham, that's my general sort of plane spotters field, but even 1 is a good day. That'll do. You know, nothing is ever guaranteed as a military aviation spotter, and you just take what you can. You get extremely busy days with the 0 days. It's the way it is. But let's see what we're going to get. But we'll take that with caution. Goodness me. You get the idea. No worries.
F-35's flight of 2 taxiing out now. Looks like another canopy opening up, which is good. So the Diamond DA42 and the F-35, they have forward opening canopies, so front hinged. Not many do that, but it's always kind of cool to see it. And it was always nice to see the Diamond DA42 have that. It was pretty cool to see that. Something it shares in common with an F-35, right?
word, that has really picked up speed now. Look at this, if I just hold that there. Boom! I mean, that is just impressive. You know, that doesn't need a lot of runway, literally. Like I've said before, on the USS Mackinac Island, which is only, what, 256 meters long, an assault ship, and picking up speed like that from a short takeoff is unbelievable. It really is. So we've got 3 canopies up over there. Okay, will we get more? Well, there's canopies up. There's 3 that I can see on the screens there. So the free BSM, the free bearing swivel module, will be horizontal at first to give it that conventional thrust, shall we say, and then it will give a 45-degree angle to assist in a short takeoff, which is absolutely insane, really. It's remarkable. That's the Rolls-Royce free bearing swivel module. It's called a free bearing swivel module as it's comprised of 3 sections that actually circular. The mechanics on there in motion are circular. They kind of configure in 3 parts so that they can swivel for better stability, and also reconfigure so that if it didn't do that, the reason why it's in a free bearing swivel module, if it wasn't in the 3 parts, it would actually make it a little bit unstable, because it's so it's quite, I think a diagram is probably needed, but it's done that way so that it's a lot smoother, and it can basically give it the ability to swivel and keep the 45-degree angle at the same time. That's probably what I was trying to say, but so it's able to rotate through 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds, and It can vector 1,800 pounds force dry in lift mode, but it also has reheat capability. So when in stovo mode, it can use reheat for that as well. I'm sure it will use a lot of fuel for that. See you soon, Michael Woodbridge. Take care. LEJ Approach, how you doing? Davey, Simon Wattrell, Tony Crystal, oi to you. See ya. Hope you're all good and well. So just gonna have a look at these two. I'll see how long they're gonna be. Not that I'd know, but if the canopy's closed, then we're on for it. But that wind is getting to the limits for me up here. beret's going to go flying, I think, literally. Ted's going to risk it and come on the stream for a little bit. Ted, you going to be alright up there, mate? Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think we can have the flag. It's going to be a bit emotional, mate. But in the meantime, we've got Carl Simmons, high five and a guards march. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Oh, hello. Who's this? What was that, Ted? Thank you very much, Carl, for joining the Ted. LEJ approach, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks a lot for your spanner flight service as well. High five and a guards march. Thank you so much. Also, Chris Baxter as well, thank you very much for the super. A guards march to you. Also, Hans Olav Mork, 29 months membership. I'm a fan of the A321 Neo aeroplane. GGBNI, guards march, thank you very much. A year gardening, congratulations on 2 years of membership. Oi oi, 2 years and still loving the channel, thank you very much. Rosie Watchorn, member for 15 months. Oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Stuart Skeggs, part of our fighter squadron, celebrating 32 months. Oi oi TCS family, 32 months. Ah yeah. Briggsy 435, high five and a guards march. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Thank you so much. And if you want to support the channel, you can join our membership as well. There are 3 levels of membership, and at the end of the stream there'll be a little outro video tied onto the stream to talk to you about membership if you would like to support the channel. Ted, you right, mate? Let's go and have a look, see what we got. Just waiting for these F-35s to start up. Come on. I'm being hopeful. Come on. Got 1, 2, 3 canopies that we can see there. I don't know if there's any pilots in them, but probably that middle one. But we'll see. Sounds like a start-up, doesn't it? Trying to work out if that's a start-up or not. Sounds like one, but I know what that is. That is a bit of flexing from this, isn't it? I think. Not entirely sure. That sounds like flexing to me. to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you all enjoyed Eastbourne as well, our 4-day adventures over there at the wonderful View Hotel. I missed that already, you know. I wish it was on every day, but of course that couldn't happen, but it would be good though, wouldn't it? So we're just hanging on and hoping that these F-35B start up. Who knows if they do? Maybe it's not. Maybe this is all we're going to get today. But hey, I'll take 9 short takeoffs and 6 vertical landings any day. So let's see. Do we have one more movement, a land or a takeoff, before 1600, before I finish up? Let's have a look. Come on. some arrivals as well coming up. Here we go, vertical landings coming up, which will take the tally to 8 vertical landings on year. Stowval mode activated. I'm just trying to stand as still as possible in this horrendous amount of gusting winds. It hasn't been like that for a long time actually. Footed here.
Well, if anyone finds some eardrums on the floor, they're mine. That was a little bit loud. Oh my word. That was maybe one of the loudest things ever. That was right over my head. I was like, what in the world was that? And if you haven't done so already, hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. That's certainly worth a like on its own. It is absolutely phenomenal to see this. It is amazing. You've been cleared to vertically land on the like button. Do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel as well. That was loud. Oh my word. Look at them. Look at these two there now. Hello. Hello. Love it. Yeah, I think they were aiming for me. Maybe I'm in line. Maybe I'm assisting their landing. You know, I'm a pappy, you know, pappy van. You know, precision approach van indicator. I don't know. They leave. Right, I don't know what's going on here now. We've got more that started up. So we'll finish the show with a departure of how many it may be involved in that. It's certainly these two. 3, is that 3? It's 3. We've got yep, 3 flashies. Yeah. No, I'll be bald at this rate if they keep that going. I wish I had my tedometer, but that was a max out. I have to admit. I mean, I've heard max outs before on my tedometer, 135 decibels. That was it right there. Actually, that was it. I was right under the 3BSM, so you can imagine what that's going to be like. So we don't get that close. We don't really stand on approaches, but I'm unfortunately in range. The van approach path indicator. The VAPI. I like that. The VAPI light, or the VAPI van.
that is proper. So more startups, more flashy. So it looks like, well, just a guess, a minimum 3, right? Just putting our little thinking hats on. But let's see.
go.
it's a short takeoff. They can do a vertical takeoff, but they don't. They're classed as a STOVL aircraft. Even the Harrier could not do a vertical takeoff when it was fully fueled and fully loaded. And this, carrying so much more than the Harrier, 15,000 pounds of payload, the F-35B, with its stealth, 5th gen, low radar cross section, loiter time as well, can pull 9G, Mach 1.6, and yet it can take off on very small assault ships, fully loaded, fully fueled, with minimal impact on the airframe. That's the beauty of it. That is why they do the short takeoffs. That's what the STOVL means, short takeoff and vertical landings. It's been an absolutely something amazing. It is, so Marco Kriegsmann, yeah, it's a way shorter takeoff, probably shorter than a Typhoon as well, I would imagine. I'm just trying to work that out. I think it is, I think it can take off shorter than a Typhoon with that. Yes, I believe it can. Let's have a look, 256 meters. Yeah, yes it can. Yeah, absolutely. That term is called a short takeoff. That's what it's all about. Short takeoff. That's what it's classed as. And like I said, the USS Mackin Island is only what, 256 meters long. So that's to give you an idea of what it can take off from. So, you know, amazing, amazing. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Well, that is a wrap, a kebab wrap. Let's bring that down a little bit. Let's have a look at the new Funky Time t-shirt. Look at this. You know how it is. It's like RAF Glasgow, the Glastonbury edition. Look at that, Funky Time, Ted Coningsby time. You know how it is. Just psychedelic. You know how it is. Proper, all good and well. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're well. Hope you've enjoyed today. It's been really, well, it's been all STOVL, hasn't it? It's been great. All short takeoffs, all vertical landings. It's been an incredible day. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Ted, where are you, mate? Let's finish up the show. Call it a kebab wrap, call it a salmon wrap. So Ted and I are finishing up. We'll be back somewhere tomorrow for the next show. It's been such a windy day. It's incredibly windy out here. It's I've done well to hang on there. So RAF Marham, thank you to all the crew at RAF Marham, and thanks to all our viewers and members as well for tuning in. Spanner Flight, thanks so much. And yeah, I think we're done. We'll quit while we're ahead with this win. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Hit the button, man. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the TED Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special TED Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free TED Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the TED Coningsby Squadron.